Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
You're in Braves country.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35. The Great 44, or 755. And old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying it felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. Magee, 2024.
Together. You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me, so don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, "Darryl, Darryl." Along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the
Pound of beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Jorge Soler. 13 home runs, 43 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .238. Batting second, playing third, Austin Riley. 17 home runs, 53 RBI, batting .265. Batting third, your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 34 home runs, 89 RBI, batting .298. Batting cleanup, playing first, Matt Olson. 18 home runs, 54 RBI, a .227 average. Batting fifth, Orlando Arcia. A .227 average, 33 RBI, 11 home runs. Sean Murphy is batting sixth behind home plate. 6 home runs, 13 RBI, batting .222. And Jared Kelenic is batting seventh, playing left. 13 home runs, 34 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .239. Ramon Laureano is in center field. 4 home runs, 11 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .199. And Whit Merrifield is batting ninth and playing second. He has 3 home runs, 12 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .209. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves today, it's Max Fried. He's 7-6 with a 3.4 ERA and a 1.2 whip. 111 innings pitched, 95 hits allowed, 39 walks given up, 9 home runs served versus 101 strikeouts. He'll be going head-to-head with Dakota Hudson. 2-12 on the year with a 5.84 ERA, a 1.64 whip, 86 innings pitched, 96 hits allowed, 48 strikeouts, 46 walks, 10 home runs served. Colorado Rockies were late getting their lineup in, so we'll go over it as the game goes along. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, Lord help us all, it's Ramon DeJesus. Junior Valentine is manning first. Second base umpire is Quinn Walcott, and down the third base line, it's John Parra. Temperatures are expected to be in the mid-70s this evening, with the wind blowing out about 10 miles an hour to left center field. Atlanta Braves come in a half game out of the wild card, 60-55 on the year, 1 game under 500 on the road. Colorado Rockies are 43-74, 26-31 at home. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 190 on the money line. The over-under is 10.5. We'd like to thank all the Country Club members for helping support the channel. Please become a Country Club member today. And if you haven't already, smash that like and subscribe to Braves Country Radio. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves, Colorado, Game 2 of a 3-game set. Braves hope to get much better pitching tonight with Max Fried on the mound and the rust knocked off of him coming off that long IL stint. We've got the Max Fried emoji kicking in the chat. We've added a rant emoji for those that like to chime in and folks who want to have fun. It's the Grandpa Simpson screaming at the cloud, as we all have been for the last few months. Looking at the rear numbers versus Dakota Hudson, we're going to go with Matt Olson to click tonight. He's 5 for 6 lifetime with 1 home run. And we're going to take the Braves, not only get off the schneid, but to do it in a big way. Give me the Bravos with the pick to click of Olson. Atlanta wins this one. We get double digits for the second time this year. Give me the Braves to go 11-4 your final. Warm up those chop arms, Country Club, in Braves Country. Get your game face on. This can't go on forever, right?
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. That's right, Mark. I'm feeling generous, man. Come on, let's go. 11-4. That's what I'm standing on. Usually when you come out of a slump, you come out of it in a big way. That's what we're banking on tonight. Good evening, everyone in Braves country. Good evening to Envy, also known as Charlie, country club member. Good evening to Gary the Real McCoy, country club member. Edward Spry says it's going to be 9-1 with Ozuna clicking. Pushing Buttons, country club member, says Riley 6-3. Good evening, John 7-4 Riley. Good evening, Anthony Brown, Daniel, Barry. Good evening. I feel like I missed somebody. If I miss anybody, just jump back in the chat and we'll move along here. Let's go ahead and try to get off this schneid and get the chop going right tonight. Let's do this.
You're in Braves country.
Get this bus moving.
Good evening, Braves country. What you talking about, Willis? We see you in the chat. I see Cameron. Thought I saw one more. The chat gets moving a little quicker here. Be closer to game time. I might be mistaken. Mark Ricardo. Justin Green. Braves are wearing their road grays. Atlanta on the chest. In red, outlined in navy. We'll have our navy caps with the classic white A across the bill. Names on the back in red, or numbers on the back in red, outlined by navy. Names on the back in navy. The Colorado Rockies are wearing what I like to call the skull uniforms. White pants, white tops with green mountains across. It looks just like a skull cap. Green ball cap and a white front. And there's some kind of an emblem. I'm assuming there's something to do with the Colorado Rockies on the part. I'm assuming that's a part of their City Connect jerseys. I don't think that's a brand new hat. We are just about set for pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Jorge Soler digs in, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way is fired up high and in. It's 1-0. Dakota Hudson, the pitcher tonight. Little something on him here in a second. The 1-0. 91 at the knees. 1-1. Soler didn't like it, but Ramon De Jesus has a really goofy strike zone, so that's the way you're going to see it all night long. The 1-1. Down and in, sinker misses, 2-1. Ramon De Jesus is at first. Junior Valentine, is behind home. Junior Valentine at first Walcott at second, and Parra is at third. The 2-1. Inside cut, 2-2. One thing you know about Valentine, you're going to have to swing the bat De Jesus. You're going to have to swing the bat because he does like to call a wide zone. The 2-2. In the dirt, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Standing on deck is Riley. Nothing your score. Top of the first. Dakota Hudson has a mix of 5 pitches. You'll see the sinker, the slider, the curve, and then he'll mix it a 4-seam and a change. The payoff pitch from the righty. Swing, that ball's lasered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves. 1 on, nobody out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting there by Soler. Righty-righty matchup. Austin Riley comes set. The first pitch. Swing, chops it on the ground. That's going to be a 6, 4, 3. Double play. Got him by about a half step. Riley swinging at the first pitch he sees. Unbelievable. 2 away. He's starting to slump again. He's starting to do the things that he does when he slumps, which is guessing at pitches and just going for the first good one he sees. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna hit his 34th home run last night, 420-foot blast into the left field seats. First pitch to Ozuna. Inside strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Comes set. Lets her go. Outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Hudson, 10th pitch of the evening is a curveball in the inner cut, 2-1. Braves lost a tough one last night by 1, 6-5 the score. They came rallying back after down. Game-tying home run by Jorge Soler. The bullpen couldn't hold it here in this Colorado elevation. The 1-2 pitch to Ozuna, down and in, 2-2. The 2-2, way outside wide, ball 3-2. Tried to get him to chase one in the dirt. Ozuna takes a really quick timeout. Now he's back and ready. A full count. Hudson starts the windup and brings it. Swing, that ball's lifted into left field, but it's going to die into the glove of the left fielder, Sam Hilliard, former Atlanta Brave. We'll be back in a flash. Braves put one on, but can't get him in here in the first.
So there's a 99% chance I might end up on the watch list after this, but I don't give a damn. Look at this. So I found this missing dog. Don't worry, I'm going to return him. I'm not totally crazy. But he's going hiking with me first, and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. It's been my dream to have a husky. Let me have my moment.
Gen X hotline, what do you want?
My kids are saying they're bored. What do I do?
Okay, kids are bored. Yes, okay, so tell them to go play in traffic.
But they're not allowed in the street.
Have a good day.
What? Armchair.
Look, I am a 10. I mean, I might be like 2 5s being held together by like and giggles and stuff, but I'm a 10. Perspective. Hello. Don't matter how you got to the 10, it's still 10.
Here's what you do, okay? When you're in a situation where you're going to say, let me talk to the brass to see where we are as a team. When you're getting paid $43 million, you better be Sandy Koufax. That's who you better be.
On the evening of May 24th, 1935, Larry McPhail, general manager of the Cincinnati Reds, arranged for President Franklin D. Roosevelt to push a button in the White House that lit up Crosley Field in Cincinnati for a game between the Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies. Although the Kansas City Monarchs had used portable lights for years, this was the first night game in Major League history. The other owners were appalled. They were sure no one would come. Then they saw the money McPhail was beginning to make.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday night here in Braves Country. Max Fried takes the bump, first pitch on the way, broken bat, fisted over towards Riley at third. He'll gun him down at first, and it's a 5-3 putout, one away. Right-handed heavy hitting lineup for the Rockies tonight. And he came right after him. You love to see that from Max, and it shattered his bat in half. In fact, the bat went all the way out to the shortstop area. One down. Brendan Rodgers takes the first pitch. Up top, misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fried brings it. Swing, lifts it into right center field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. So Lair cuts it off, gets it into second, and it's a one-out single for the Rockies. Pitch might have been just a little high. Rodgers did a good job of just sending it the other way. That'll bring the right-handed bat of Doyle, the center fielder. He'll take a four-seam fastball down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. John says it feels like a must-win. I mean, that's the understatement of the year. Jeez. 6-game losing streak. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped over towards third in the hole. That's going to just get through for a seeing eye single. And the Rockies have first and second, one out. Hit them where they ain't type of chopper through the 5-6 hole. Thought maybe one of them was going to be able to get to it, but it hopped just past Riley and Arcia. Even if Arcia gets it, there's nothing he's going to be able to do with that one. So the first left-handed bat we see is Ryan McMahon, cleanup hitter. First pitch, four-seam fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. 95 across the caps. McMahon, 16 home runs, 52 RBI, 769 OPS. He is in the lineup because, well, he hits everybody well. The 0-1. Up top, that hit the zone, didn't get the call, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Lefty, double play in order all throughout the infield. The 1-1 in the dirt, curveball misses, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Last thing he wants to do is start walking people. Max Fried has not looked good since he's come back off the IL. The rust was real last Sunday. The 2-1 pitch. Swing. Laces it foul down the left field line. 2-2. On deck is Chris Bryant, the designated hitter. He has spent quite a bit of the season on the IL. That's why he'll be coming up to the plate with just 2 home runs. The 2-2 for Max brings it. 96 up top, just misses high, 3-2. Now you got a full count. Max is trying to dust him off there with some high cheese, but just missed the top of the zone. The 3-2. Time is called by Ryan McMahon. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a bit. The payoff pitch. Inside, missed by a mile, ball 4. So he'll head on down the first, and now you got the bases juiced. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for Max Fried. And that'll bring Chris Bryant to the plate. First pitch on the way to the big slugger is a curveball up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Bryant batting .227 with the .646 OPS, but once again, he does not have that many at-bats, so it's a little misleading. The 0-1 brings it. Inside, 95 miles an hour. They checked down the line. Did he go around? They checked down with first base umpire Junior Valentine. He says no dice, 1-1. The 1-1 lets her go. Swing, chops it foul, 1-2. Goes down the third base side into the Braves dugout. Looked like that he broke another bat. Max has broken 2 bats so far, so Chris Bryant will head on down to towards the dugout. Bat boy hands him the bat. The 1-2. Max, curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the curveball, 2 away. If he's got that working tonight, we'll be all right. Good pitch. In a big spot. That'll bring Diaz to the plate. He's 3 for 9 lifetime against Max Fried, one of the few Rockies that has seen him at all, and the only one in the lineup who's gotten a base hit. First pitch is a curveball, teardrop at the knees. It's 0-1. So though Diaz isn't looked upon as a big-time hitter, you do got to be aware of that. The 0-1 swung on, chopped just back behind home plate. Thought it might get in front of the mound, but it spun backwards 0-2. That would have been an easy out. Murphy just would have had to step on home plate, and we would have had a force. So an 0-2 count. The 0-2 to Diaz. Kicks and fires. Looks like he went around 95 miles an hour. He got him. Strike 3. Whoo! Wipe the sweat off your brow. We head to the top of the second, scoreless.
I wish I could say the D word.
What'd you say?
I said I wish I could say the D word.
Okay, I hate to ask, but what is the D word?
Will I get in trouble if I say it?
Well, I don't know if you're going to get in trouble because I don't know what you think the D word is.
So can I say it?
All right, just say it so I know what you're talking about. Maybe I shouldn't have asked.
How could it be moose for 1 and then moose for 3 or 4? That don't make no sense.
Okay. You've never heard meese. You've never heard somebody refer to moose as meese. You've never heard that. Have you ever heard that?
Well, first of all, we live in L.A. Ain't no meese out here.
Larry McPhail was a banker's hard-drinking son, a born promoter, impatient with tradition, desperate to find new ways to boost attendance and rescue his club from bankruptcy in the midst of the Depression. And he hired a young Southerner named Walter Barber, who had never even seen a major league game, to do the play-by-play.
Anything new has to establish itself and gain its own credentials. When radio came along, Some of the entrenched conservative owners said, wait a minute, why give away something that you're trying to sell for your living, to try and keep your enterprise afloat? And especially on days of threatening weather, when people would say, well, it looks like it may rain, I'll just listen to the radio and I won't go. They did not realize at that time that it would be creating new fans, that it would be making families of fans. Before radio, by and large, the people who came into a ballpark were men. Once radio came along and came into the homes, women began to understand the game. They didn't have to have somebody explain it to them. The play-by-play broadcaster was doing it. And attendance visibly went up when you had families coming instead of single members of the family. Radio made new fans.
Oh, man, it couldn't be a nicer afternoon. This is the one we've been waiting for. In baseball, they'd like to no more measles and free tickets to the circus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. His outside wide sinker misses. 1-0. That looked like a very, very close call. Matt Olson mentioned in the pregame, 4 for 5 lifetime with the home run against Hudson. The 1-0. Outside wide 2-0. We went with him as our pick to click. The 2-0. Hudson, 16th pitch of the night. Down below the knees, changeup. 3-0. I think Hudson remembers that Matt Olson's 4 for 5. He is dancing around him. Just got to make sure that you don't swing at a bad pitch that he's trying to get you to chase. The 3-0 to the Ice House. 91 on the outer black. Good pitch, 3-1. Olson, I wouldn't say he was taken all the way, but you know he's sitting center cut. If he didn't get it, he's going to spit on it. The 3-1. Hudson looks in and lets her go. Swing! Slaps it back foul. 3-2. He's definitely making sure that he goes anywhere but on right in the wheelhouse of Olson. He has stayed on the outside of the plate and one down, or actually 2 of them down the whole time, the 3-2. Outside wide, ball 4. So we'll take that. You'd rather get a home run or extra bases, but hey, you start putting ducks on the pond, you never know what's going to happen. Braves nothing, Rockies nothing. Orlando Arcia digs in, first pitch. Right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Righty. Orlando. Still up in the number 5 slot, though he's slipped quite a bit. That's really more to do with how badly the entire offense is playing. The 0-1. Up top misses. 1-1. Bending curveball. He's got kind of a snapping curveball nowadays. When Hudson first came up with the St. Louis Cardinals, it was really more of a 12-6, but this one has a very tight spin on it and doesn't get a lot of the plate. The 1-1 swung on, chopped back to the mound. Throw is going to be to second. They got him, and they're going to get the slow-footed Arcia. Another double play. Second double play in the same amount of innings. 2 down. The one thing you didn't want there, that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. That's my biggest problem with the way that they have this roster constructed, is that in the middle of your order, you have the 3 slowest runners. Number 4, Olson, number 5, Arcia, number 6, Murph. And when he's not there, it's d'Arnaud. You can't have that many slow-footed guys because right when we get in the middle of it, these double plays will kill you. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. Brian Snicker, and I know it's not all him, but he's setting a lineup of, reminds me of the late 70s American League lineups where they were playing for the 3-run home run. The 0-1 swung on, hit hard on the ground, right at third. Should be an easy play. It is. Gets the slow-footed Murphy, and that ends the inning. 3 up, 3 down after the double play. We'll be back in a flash. Max Fried will try to keep them where they're at.
Tell me one thing.
that you trust more than President?
Gas station sushi, Somalian cruise line, prostate exam from Captain Hook, Helen Keller flying a plane, a mechanic who tells me my blinker fluid is low, breast milk from Bruce Jenner, a mixed drink from Bill Cosby, a blood transfusion from Charlie Sheen, carpooling with John F. Kennedy, going to the theater with Abe Lincoln, a girl who says, "I'm fine," and a rattlesnake with a "pet me" sign.
Hey, yo, this message is for Apple. That new update that y'all made me do show people pictures when they call you. And now my girl know who Waffle House is. I'm probably finna get put out when I get home. Apple, the feds, bro.
Please help us understand, like you did last time, why it ain't meese for plural moose.
I do not know why they created it that way. I cannot explain it because I didn't create it.
The scholar. Yeah. Okay, so look, help me understand. Mouse, mice, house, heist. Yeah, that's right. Heist.
Is heist?
So you saying that's wrong too?
House and heist.
It's supposed to be house for one and heist for two or three.
Yeah. Heist is not even a... Have you ever heard somebody say something about a whole bunch of heists?
In 1938, MacPhail left Cincinnati and moved to New York to take over the Brooklyn Dodgers. He brought Red Barber with him.
No one ever came up with the expressions that Red Barber had. And so what he brought to New York, to the metropolitan area, was that country flavor that they were not familiar with at all. And so he became part of the language. I mean, there were just a million of them. Suddenly say, I wonder what that looks like when somebody leaps up against the wall or dives headfirst into second or bowls over the catcher. So they would come out to see what they had been listening.
Right field, back goes Ripple, and he can't get it at the homer. A mighty smack squarely out over right field.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried goes back to work. He'll be looking for a much quicker inning this time out. Max Fried, bit of a delay, but now comes set. First pitch on the way. Up top, hit the zone. Right in the middle of the zone. De Jesus blew that one. It's 1-0. That was unbelievable. The 1-0. Swung on, pops it back foul. 1-1. That's where you set the tone there, Snicker. When he misses that first pitch like that, you go out there and go, where? Where the hell is the zone? Explain it to us, because obviously we've been playing the game wrong all these years. That'll get you kicked out, and that'll get him fired up. The 1-1. Up top, misses 2-1. And if it doesn't, then you get to roam around Coors Field where they make ice-cold Coors beer right there in the stadium. So it's a win-win. The 2-1 pitch. Up top, misses, ball 3-1. Should be an even count, but instead it's a 3-1. The 3-1. Kicks and fires. Swing. That ball's hit into left field. Hard hit ball through the infield. And it's a leadoff single to start the second. You know, a lot of that's got to do when you fall behind in that count, and it all comes to that first pitch where De Jesus is not calling an honest zone. At 3-1, Free doesn't want to walk him, so he's going to lay one in there. That ball was smoked. No chance for Arcia to get it. He had a heck of a leap. Fried flips it over to first. Pretty good pickoff play. You'll see Max Fried sometimes lull him to sleep with the soft toss over to first. That was one of his better ones where he really gunned it. First pitch, curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Mark, I think there is something to that. When your manager does not ever stand up for you and fight with the umpires, they're not as concerned about getting an earful. The 0-1, up top, outside, 1-1. The 1-1 count. think about managers today, and I watch a lot of games that aren't Braves, and it amazes me how lifeless our management is, because I was watching as Fried flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. Dodgers. I was watching the Dodgers game a few nights ago, and I don't remember what the play was, but regardless, they had an argument. The 1-1 swung on, hit up the middle, and that's going to get through the infield, and the runner's going to go from first to third. Because of this huge outfield, there's a lot of ground to cover. Laureano had a long way to go. Toglia knew it, and he took advantage and went first to third. That ball was actually not a bad pitch. He just really did a great job of turning in and spinning it over the mound. That pitch was a good 2 inches in off the plate. Normally that turns into an out. When it rains, it pours. That'll bring the left-handed bat of Sam Hilliard, ex-Atlanta Brave. First pitch up top, 95, right there for a strike. Why wasn't that a strike before? It's 0-1. Sam Hilliard, left-hander, playing left field tonight. Batting .211, the 0-1. Swing, chops it foul. 0-2. Sam Hilliard played with the Atlanta Braves last year. Before that, his entire career was in Colorado, so he came back this year. Hilliard was a big part of the Braves' early part of the season when they had some injuries and they were platooning. The 0-2, down and away, 1-2. So 1-2 count. He had 78 plate appearances for Atlanta. The 1-2 count. Set up outside wide. Curveball. Does not get the call. 2-2. That one might have been a touch out wide, but you'd have loved to get it. The 2-2. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The pitch from Fried. Fastball misses. Ball 3. So they're out there trying to paint the corner. And that's the thing that gets me about Murphy, and d'Arnaud does the same thing. They try to be too fine when the key here is to get it out. Fried flips it over to first to keep the runner close. I understand you're trying to paint the corner on some kind of a strikeout, but realistically, in the second inning in a game in Coors Field, you want to keep the crooked numbers to a minimum. You're going to give up some runs in Coors Field. It's just going to happen. The payoff pitch, swing, blasted. Deep into right field. Will it stay? It will not. It's 3-0. So nibbling like that, then they hang a curveball and it's 3-0 Colorado. And I put most of that on Sean Murphy, to be honest with you. Yeah, Max Fried's making some bad pitches. But we see it repeatedly where they're just trying to be too fine when a guy is struggling. Just get him to throw some strikes early in the outing. You start trying to paint the corners, the next thing you know, the number 9 hitter in the lineup is gone yard. It was a hanging curveball, about belt high. And Hilliard did not miss it. First pitch on the way, 94 up top. It's 1-0. Max Fried's at 33 pitches, by the way, is yet to record it out here in the second. The 1-0. Right there on the outer edge, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch, foul back, it's 1-2. The 1-2. Curveball caught, looking strike 3. hate to keep going back to it, but the same spot where that first fastball that started the inning that started a lot of this, that curveball was actually a touch higher. You know, other than the robots, the robo-umps that they talk about, the other thing I would like to see is the first pitch on the way is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right there inside. It's 1-0. So you know when you see the players in the dugout after an at-bat, they have their card, their iPad looking at the previous hits. Second pitch on the way, it's 1-1. The 1-1 swung on, foul back out of play, 1-2. They got to have the technology by now to be able to show the umpires in between innings where they may have missed pitches. And it doesn't have to be a scolding, just give you an idea, hey, you missed this, get it together. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Actually, he got a piece of that, just got a piece of that. We'll do it again, fouls it down the line. So a 1-2 count. Slider in the dirt, 2-2. The 2-2 swung on and fisted into center field, and that is another base hit for the Colorado Rockies. Good piece of hitting there. Rogers sent it back into. They are real. I'm just noticing this, but the infield, the left side of the infield, they are really got a huge gap because Arcia is playing a little left of where would be a traditional shortstop, or Brady's out there talking to him right now. Riley's essentially guarding the line, and so there's a huge gap in between second and short. That's where two of these base hits have gone right through. One on, one out. Finally go out there and talk to Fried. First pitch. Slider, bang back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Yeah, they're not putting that toothpaste back in the tube, John. Those iPads aren't going anywhere. The 0-1 fouled back out of play. 0-2. That's essentially what the 2018 Red Sox were accused of, is going in and using that technology, but hiding it. They were going in through the dugout and looking at it. The 0-2, swing and a miss up top, strike 3. So 2 down. High heat. Got him to chase it out of the zone. Max Fried at 45 pitches. He really needs to get out of this. First pitch on the way to McMahon is 93 down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Yeah, I get that concern about the pitchers blowing it, Cody, but also realize we're out here in Coors Field. The offense has to do its share. The elevation of this is a different ball game. Not to mention the dimensions. The 1-1 to McMahon. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, 2-1. As much as we want to get on to Max for giving up the 3 runs, remember the first 2 innings, we hit into double plays that killed rallies. And they've been doing stuff like that for quite some time. The 2-1. Lefty, runner at first, 2 outs, the pitch. Swinging and a miss, curveball on the outer edge, 2-2. And the simple fact of the matter is the ball does strange things when you're in Coors Field. We talked about it last night, but the Cliff's notes is the ball doesn't break the same way. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, got out of it. So after giving up the 3-run shot, he settled down and got through it. We'll go to the bottom of the order. We need to get some runs, chipping away.
Mouse, mice, right? House, heist. It makes sense, man. You right.
No,
bro.
you all are making up words. These words you've never heard. Like, just because it rhymes doesn't make it a word. Like, listen, like, I don't understand. Like, we went to the same school. I don't know where we missed each other and how the lines are crossed. I don't know what happened. But listen, that's not a word. It's just house.
So it's okay for you to make up words, but we can't.
I'm not making up words. Look, I'm done, bro. Trying to help y'all grow, man. You teaching 5-year-olds me. I'm scared for our future.
It's very important that when you get in the batter's box to prepare to hit a baseball, you're fearless. You can't be scared of getting hit with the ball. If you're scared of getting hit with the ball, if you're back on your heels, and the scout's watching in the stands, he's going to put a big X down by your name. It means you have no chance of ever becoming a baseball player. So don't be scared of getting hit with the ball. Look at it like this. If you get hit with the ball, you get to go to first base. That makes it faster to get around the home and score a run. So we're not scared. We're in the batter's box. Now, the next thing, we got to get a stance that feels comfortable to us. Don't try to copy my stance, or don't copy George Brett's stance, or Wade Boggs' stance, or Mike Schmidt's stance. Get the stance that's comfortable to you. I just happen to have a stance that's pretty well spread out because I hit off my back foot. And don't worry about how you stand or how you look. And I don't hit the ball on a plate. If I hit it over the plate, that's a foul ball. So you hit the ball out in front of the plate, 8 inches out in front of the plate. You have to hit the ball out in front in order to hit a fair ball.
My first memory of baseball is radio. Listening on the car radio to Red Barber talking from Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. My father wanted to know how the games were going on. He was following Brooklyn. My mother and I was an only child, driving in the car, began to listen, I suppose, out of self-defense. And both of us, at about the same time, my mother and I, became caught up in the drama of the game.
DiMaggio swinging at the whistling line drive to left center field. It's a base hit. It's taken on the second hop.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball to Kelnick. It's 1-0. Now, the good news is, if you want a little sprinkle of good news in your life, Michael Harris has continued to hit in the minor leagues. Rehab, the 1-0. Outside wide, 1-1. He's hitting .400 now with a .538 on-base percentage. He's had hits in all 3 of his games down on the farm, so when he's eligible to come off, hopefully he'll be hitting on all cylinders. The 1-1 changeup misses outside wide, 2-1. The 2-1 count. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Swings. Slices it foul down the line. He should be eligible to come off the IL the 14th, which is Wednesday. He went on the IL on the 14th, but it's a 60-day. So remember, there's 31 days in July. The 2-2. Outside wide, 3-2. Only reason why you may not see them do that is because they're playing San Francisco Wednesday night is the 3-2 pitch, pops it up high in the sky, can of corn in the infield, 1 down. Only reason why you may not see that is you've got that, and then the day after is a day game. So they could bring him in that Wednesday night and play him. And then obviously I don't think you'd see him the next day. I just don't think they would do that. But I haven't seen what the Giants starting pitching is yet. They haven't released it for that series. So that could have something to do with if he comes back Wednesday or Thursday. First pitch on the way to Laureano, hit a home run last night, is down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Laureano, 4 home runs, 612 OPS, 199 average. The 0-1. Slam foul down the left field line, third base side, 0-2. Wednesday or Thursday, whenever he comes back. He can't get here soon enough. I know that, man. We need something. The 0-2, chopped foul, chased the bender on the outer side of the plate, dragged it foul. Standing on deck is Whit Merrifield. The 0-2 from Hudson. Swung on, grounded up the middle, making a backhanded throw. No way he's going to get that. And he throws that over the dugout. That should be an extra base. Laureano is on. We'll have to wait for the ruling, but it appeared that that ball went over the I don't see him hitting down to second, so maybe not. But that ball was thrown, bounced. Maybe it caught the railing. It may have caught the railing. It's a bad job by the Braves camera crew, but the Rockies camera crew, and Laureano is limping. Are you kidding me with this clown? He's hurt. He finally gets to run and he's hurt. Snicker and the trainer are out there looking at him. You know what this means? If he comes out of the game and he's hurt, the Braves will keep him on the roster for the next 8 days waiting for Harris to come back. Looks like he's going to stay in. And they are going to give him second base. Okay, I thought, but they'd yet to update it on the either one of the what he did. When he hit the base with his right leg, he then almost like double clicked his heels with the left leg. Not intentionally, but just almost like he stumbled. So it might be an ankle. I don't know, but he stays in, so I'm sure he won't play tomorrow. That thing will probably swell up. First pitch on the way to Merrifield is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. But my point of that whole thing is if he has to come out or has to sit out for a few days, they will let that ride until Harris finally comes back because they won't make a move. They don't do it. They haven't done it all year long. A 1-1 count. Good to see you, D. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch. Up top, taken for a strike all the way. 1-2. That's one Merrifield should have been sitting on. Now Hudson's got the advantage on a 1-2 count. He's going to try to get him to chase for sure. They set up outside wide. Here's the pitch. Slider, make it a curve. It's in the dirt. 2-2. Good take. Philly is trailing Arizona 2-0, but honest engine, we want Arizona to lose. That's one of the teams we're chasing in the wild card. Phillies are long gone. Unless they absolutely collapse, which I don't see it happening. We need to look at the wild card. The 2-2 inside, spins him around, slidered it and slide. 3-2. Cincinnati and Milwaukee, they are scoreless. That is, looks like that's in the 8th. Baltimore leads Tampa 4-3. The payoff pitch to Whitfield. Up high, misses, ball 4. But we got runners at first and second. 1 out. And the top of the order coming to the ditch. Two on, 1 out. Righty-righty matchup. Jorge Soler digs in. The first pitch on the way up top. Misses high. It's 1-0. Soler, 1 for 1 on the day. He smoked a single into left field, but was canceled out by a double play hit by Riley. Riley stands on deck. First and second. The pitch. Inside. 2-0. Should be noted earlier in this week, Soler was swinging at pitches inside like that, so this is probably intentional by Colorado, and good job by Soler making the adjustment. Diaz is going to go out there and talk to him real quick. So he goes out there trying to settle him down, or maybe he's going over the signs. The 2-0. Nasty curveball down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way to Soler. Inside ball 3-1. They keep trying to hit that inside edge. The 3-1 pitch to Soler. Inside ball 4. So now we got the bases juiced. Austin Riley comes to the plate, and I just don't hit into a double play. Let's chip away at this lead. You got to be knowing that with the bases loaded and an out at every base, the way that they're going to go out there and talk to him real quick, the way that his repertoire set up, you got to believe he's going to be trying to get you. Right now, that pitching coach is saying throw the sinker, throw the slider, get him to roll over on one and get a double play. Well, Riley's got to make that adjustment and understand that's what's coming. So bases loaded. One out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. Ducks all over the pond. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Right down the pipe for a strike. Just above the belt, it's 0-1. That's the pitch you want to be sitting on. Now he'll be working everything off of that. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it back foul. Curveball, 0-2. And now he's looking to get him to get anything. Either a double play. He would love a strikeout here. Hudson not really known as a strikeout pitcher per se, but he does average about 3, maybe 4 per 9. The 0-2, inside 1-2. Really is missing inside with those sinkers. He's trying to aim underneath the hands to get him to bounce over to short. The 1-2 in the dirt, curveball, good take by Riley. Nasty curveball, 2-2. The 2-2. 50th pitch of the night by Hudson. Comes set, brings it. Swing, that ball's hammered down the left field line. Just foul. Not even a foot. That thing was almost rattling around there in the corner. At least 2 would have scored. Maybe a foot or so left of the... Man, that ball was smoked. The game of inches. The 2-2 count. A lot of Braves fans in the Rockies stands this weekend. The 2-2. Hudson kicks and fires. Swing, fouls it away. Good job of guarding the plate there by Riley. The 2-2. Bases loaded, 1 out, the pitch. Outside, wide, ball 3-3-2. So now he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got to throw a strike or he'll walk in a run. And standing on deck is the big bear, Marcell Ozuna. The payoff pitch from Hudson brings it. Outside, wide, ball 4. So we'll take that any day. Great at bat by Austin Riley. 3-1 your score, and Marcell Ozuna is coming to the plate. Colorado does have a right-hander warming up in their bullpen. Bud Black. I mean, he's been dealt a tough hand, but I'll tell you something about Bud Black. He plays to win. First pitch on the way to Marcell is sliced foul down the first base side. It's 0-1. I've always liked Bud Black as a manager. I've never thought he'd had a very good roster anywhere he went. Of course, most folks will remember him as Bud Black was a Kansas City Royal back in the 1980s, amongst a few other teams. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. Hudson, 55 pitches in. The big bear, the big zoo, needs a big hit right now. Even a fly ball, you'd love that to cut it down to a 1-run game. The 1-1, swing! That ball's hammered down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is just foul. Curled just past the left field pole, foul pole. Maybe missed it by a few inches. The guy that first made contact with it was sitting right behind the foul pole down the left field line. Unbelievable. 2 times in this inning. The 1-2, inside 2-2. They keep trying to get that inside pitch, or maybe they're just trying to get someone to chase inside. Bases loaded, 1 out. Matt Olson stands on deck. Considering his past with Hudson, he may not see him. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Marcell Ozuna slaps his bat as he heads back to the dugout, 2 away. That's not what you want. Needed anything, a fly ball, anything would have scored a run. Matt Olson stands in. He walked his first time up. First pitch, 91 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 7 career grand slams, but also he's 4 for 5 lifetime. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Just grabs the edge and good curveball, 0-2. So now he's, after being a little particular what he wanted to swing at, Olson's going to have to open up that zone. 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 outs. The Braves have scored a run here, but you'd love to have a few more. Hudson, 60 pitches here in the third. The 0-2. Up top, misses. Four-seam fastball, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty, lefty. The pitch on the way. Down and in, curveball. Pretty good take by Matt Olson there. 2-2. Riley at first. Soler at second. Merrifield at third. If any ball gets away from home plate, Merrifield would score. He's got blazing speed. The 2-2. Outside wide. My word, that was nowhere near the zone. 3-2. That was basically a pitch out. So now the runners will be going. All the ducks on the pond will be moving with 2 outs. Bases loaded. The payoff pitch. Swing! That ball's blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong! A grand slam! Right down the throat. All the smack talkers. Braves 5, Colorado 3. Good piece of hitting there by Matt Olson. He got all of that one, man. That thing was absolutely just towering shot. Wow. That thing, it went into the third deck. It hit the facade of the third deck. Wow. We'll be back in a flash. We'll get the numbers for you here in just 1 second. They're going to the pen. Braves lead it 5-3.
It's a matrix of like finding a woman. You only get to pick 2. So you've got the triangle. You've got hot at the top. Yep. You've got sane, and then you've got single. Yeah. Okay. You only get to pick 2. Okay. So basically, if she's hot and she's sane, then she's definitely not single. If she's hot and she's single, she's definitely not sane.
I agree. This is the best matrix I've ever seen.
And if she's sane and she's single, well, she's definitely not hot.
I'll get to the bottom of this. Yeah. All right. Well, what was the name on the order? Spider-Man. That's very clever. Yeah.
Ask him how it's possible for him to talk to you through a cut phone wire.
How is it possible for you to talk to me through a cut phone?
Holy. Dennis is Spider-Man.
No one is Spider-Man.
Dad?
Yep.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You got anything to say?
What? Yeah, I said it already. It's happy birthday. What do you want?
Well, okay. Am I getting any gifts?
I don't know. That's Mom's department, not mine.
Do I at least get the day off?
Nobody gets the day off on their birthday. You gotta work.
You get the day off when you're
My birthday's on Christmas. Everybody gets the day off.
Including you.
Including me, yeah.
Look, so you don't know if I got any gifts.
Okay, let's talk about not what you're getting. Let's talk about what you're not getting. You're not getting kicked out of the house. You don't gotta turn in your cell phone. You don't gotta start paying for your own car insurance today. Let's be thankful of what's not happening to you. And move along. Happy birthday.
What an 18th, am I right?
Yep.
The road may come to an end here, Gehrig wrote his wife. Seems like our backs are to the wall, but there usually comes a way out. Where and what, I know not.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Arcia is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Noah Davis on 4.73 ERA. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch, the 1-0 pitch is down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. You got Arcia at the plate. On deck is Murphy. 2 away. Here in the top of the third, the Braves have just put a 5 spot on the board via the grand slam of Olson after a bases-loaded walk by Riley. The 2-0 swung on, chops it down the third base line. You couldn't have rolled that thing better. I mean, my God, that's like a bocce ball going down there. It's going to be an infield single. And your Atlanta Braves got it rocking and rolling again. We just got a text from Matt Olson. Charlie, he apologized for waking you up with that grand slam. Good to see you, Christine, on Facebook. We're over on YouTube as well. Jump on in, Braves Country Radio. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Up top to Smurf is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Davis brings it. Swing. That ball's hit up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit. And the Braid keeps it going. 2 on, 2 out. Kid Kelnick coming to the plate. Good time for Kid Kelnick to get off the schneid. Noah Davis, by the way, he is 6'2", 27-year-old out of Newport Beach, California. He was drafted by the Reds in 2018 out of UC Santa Barbara. Righty-lefty matchup. Kid Kelnick stands in. The first pitch down and in, almost gets him. That thing came dangerously close to going to the backstop. It's 1-0. If the Braves can keep it going, Laureano is due up. So remember, he started this with an infield single that looked like he might have twisted his foot. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes back out there. He's been sitting for a few, several minutes. If it is something like an ankle that may have started to swell, you might see Duvall come in. I hope not, because Laureano's been swinging a pretty good bat. The 2-0. Swing and a miss up top, 93. He missed his spot, but blew it right by him, 2-1. That pitch was... They were set up on the outside, and it came up and over the letters. Kelnick couldn't catch up. So the 2-1 from Davis. Turns around, flips it over to second. Arcia had to put his hands up over his helmet. Kind of a wild throw, but it stays right there at second. Good hopping catch by Rogers. The 2-1. Swing. Chase that one a bit off the plate. 2-2. Fouled into the left field seats. Braves 5, Rockies 3. This has also given Max Fried a chance to catch his breath on the bench. The 2-2. Down and in. 3-2. Once again, they were set up outside. That went down and in. The payoff pitch. Comes set. Lets her go. Swing. Bangs it foul down the line. Here's good news, bad news for you if you're ready for this. Eddie Rosario cleared waivers and is still in the Braves organization. He went to AAA Gwinnett. And the good news is Huascar Ynoa returned from his rehab assignment due to shoulder soreness, and he's going to be shut down for a week. But he was doing well. The payoff pitch, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, down the left field line, but it'll go into the stands. Braves 5, Rockies 3, top of the third, first and second, 2 outs. The payoff pitch to Kelnick. Runners go. Swing, pops it up underneath that one. That'll bend back out of play. No, it will not. The wind's actually going to push it back. He'll make the catch behind home plate, and that'll end the inning. but not for your Atlanta Braves. Put a 5 spot on the board. The Ice House goes yard. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are 5 Little Debbie snacks they no longer make that they need to bring back. Debbie, I hope you're watching this. Number 5 is orange cream cakes. This was like summertime in a box. Taking a bite of one of these was just like eating an orange creamsicle, except it didn't melt all over you and make you look like Garfield. Number 4 is the Little Debbie crackers. I don't think Debbie had anything to do with this one. I think Oreo knew that when she did this, and she did it really well, she was coming for them next. I'm on to you, Nabisco. Number 3 is the Boston cream rolls. These were delicious, but they suffered some branding issues. See, this is the South, Little Debbie's a Southern thing, and nobody wants Boston anything. So just change the name, Debbie. Bring them back and make them the Biloxi cream rolls. Oh no, that's a bad idea. Number 2 are the PBJ oatmeal pies. I don't have to explain this to you. Look at this. I don't know why this went away, but it needs to come back because I feel like we are so close to Little Debbie making a fried bologna cookie. Just trust me, it will be delicious. Number 1 hurts because the wound is still fresh. Banana Twins, I don't know where they went. I don't even want to ask because nothing makes sense anymore. I just know that one day I know they'll be reunited because all of the world's greatest foods are at the banquet table in heaven. And I know right by Jesus is probably a box of Banana Twins.
Armchair.
In 1907, Albert Goodwill Spaulding insisted that Abner Doubleday had invented baseball at Cooperstown, New York in 1839. It wasn't true. But on June 12, 1939, the game's dubious centennial, the National Baseball Hall of Fame, officially opened its doors in Cooperstown. 12 great figures from the game's past, selected by the Baseball Writers of America, were to be inducted, including Christy Mathewson, who had died in 1925, and Ty Cobb, who refused to appear in the official photograph, just to spite his ancient enemy, Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Babe Ruth waited to make a grand entrance, sweeping in to huge applause just as the band began to play Take Me Out to the Ball Game. He had forgotten his time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is up top for a strike, cutter inside to Chris Bryant. It's 0-1. Braves lead at 5-3. The 0-1. Cutter misses well high out of the zone, 1-1. They are trying to say that home run by Mac Olson was 416 feet. The 1-1, swing and a miss, change up over the top, 1-2. If you saw it, and if you're listening on radio, I can't do it justice. If you saw it, it's 616 feet before it's 416 feet. The 1-2. Curveball in the dirt, 2-2. That thing hit the top facade, just missing the third deck in Colorado, and left in a hurry. Didn't just barely get, he left in a hurry. The 2-2, inside, spins him around, full count. So Fried continuing to struggle to find the zone here. No, one thing, they better be aggressive tonight. Don't let him just go out there and get his work in. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Same curveball, same pitch, same location that Fried struck out Bryant with the first time. Two away. If he sees him a third time, I don't know why you throw him anything else once you get to 2 strikes. The first pitch. Down and in, 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Change up down 2-0. Arizona leads Philly 2-0. That game is in the 3rd. Cubs 1-1 with the White Sox in the 7th. The 2-0. Changeup misses up top, 3-0. Max Fried has just been all over the place. The 3-0 count. They're going to say that missed inside, ball 4. That was a close one, but when you've been that wild, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. So a 4-pitch walk. Ethan says, can you explain the wild card standings? Yeah. Now, is there anything in particular that you're asking about, Ethan, about the wild card standings? First pitch on the way to Toglia is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Max brings it. Cutter right down the pipe, 1-1. One count. Freed comes set. Swing. Pops it back foul. Slider up top. 1-2. The 1-2. Runner at first, one out. 64th pitch of the night. Curveball down and in. 2-2. So the Braves most likely are not going to win the East. And the reason why you say that is a couple of things. A is the 2-2. Curveball in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. They really got to think about getting somebody up. I know they don't want to go to the pen quite yet, but, man, Freed just doesn't have it tonight. So the Braves are sitting 8.5 behind Philly. They're also a half game behind New York. The payoff pitch, swung on, just got a piece of that. Almost struck him out the way he struck out Chris Bryant. So the odds that the Braves are going to outplay the Phillies they're 8 in the loss column, by 8 losses over the next 46 games is very, very not much of a chance. So the wild card is the payoff pitch. Down and in. Good night, Irene. Fastball was well inside. They were set up outside. He walks another. Freed's walking off the mound for a second, but you don't have time to just goof off because you have to go into worry about that pitch clock. So right now, Atlanta sits as the 4th seed in the wild card standings. First pitch, 4-seam fastball in, it's 1-0. They're a half a game behind New York, the Mets. They're 2.5 behind Arizona and 4 behind San Diego, who has the top seed in the wild card standings. The 1-0 swung on, pops it back foul, 1-1. The top 3 teams that don't win their divisions are going to get your wild card. Now, from that, the number 4 seed, which is the top wild card, and the number 5 seed, which is the second best wild card, they're going to face off in the first round. The 1-1, swing and a miss, curveball, 1-2. The 6th seed, which is where the Mets currently sit, but let's say the Braves were to catch the Mets and they get that 6th seed, we are going to be on the road against a division winner. And as it stands right now, it would be Milwaukee because Philly and the Dodgers would have it off. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So in other words, if it ended, let's say the Braves go on to win tonight and the Mets lose to Seattle, and it ends where the Braves are the number 6 seed. The way it sits right tonight, and there's so many variables for the next 45, 47 games, that you can't go into everything. But if it were tonight, Atlanta would be in as the first pitch on the way to Hilliard, who had a 3-run home run first time up. It's 1-0. They would be at Milwaukee for 3 games. And it's a best-of-3 series. The 1-0, swung on, swatted back foul, 1-1, 4-seam fastball. All 3 games would be in Milwaukee. You have to win 2 of those 3, and then you would move on to play either the Phillies or the Dodgers. And at that point, when you get to that round, you're familiar with that round in past years. The first 2 would be on the road, 2 would be at home, and then the 5th one, if necessary, would be back on the road. the 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. That's why when the Braves were sitting in the wild card, top of the wild card standings, it was important for them to keep winning because even if you don't catch the Phillies, it would be nice to be at home in that first round. And that's the only way you can be at home in the first round if you're a wild card team. You have to be the top wild card. The 2-1 swing rattles that foul out of the glove of Murphy. He chased it. So did he not foul tip that and just dropped it? That must have been a pass ball on Murphy because that ball appeared to be foul tipped and come off the glove of Murphy. But no, it didn't. He just missed it. Murphy was set up down. I think he was looking for the off speed, and he brought the heat, and Murphy was slow to bring the glove up, and that's why he's going out there to talk to Max now to make sure they're on the same page. So on your Brave screen, even though it shows first and second, they just changed it. It's second and third and 2 outs. The 2-2 swing, pops it up high in the sky, drifting back, making the catch is Soler. He drops it. You got to be kidding me. An absolute clown show out there in the outfield, and the game is tied. 4 guys were on it. 4 guys. And they leave it up to Soler, who's got the farthest to come. Merrifield was drifting back, about to make the catch, and Soler calls him off. Not to mention you got Ramon Laureano. Any of those idiots could have caught it. And Soler's coming from the farthest way. He's on a dead run and dives for the ball and misses it. That is just a clown show. First pitch on the way, pops it up high in the sky. Ramon Laureano to make the catch, and that'll end the inning. That's once again why Soler needs to be in left field. We'll be back in a flash. The game is tied. We'll try to get some runs.
What are you looking at, you dirty old skank? What are you looking at, Popeye? What are you looking at, you piece of road trash? What are you looking at? Jeez, I can smell you from over here. What are you looking at me for? I'm not a bottle of Jim Beam.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Went to the WNBA Finals in Brooklyn.
Where'd you sit?
Get 100 levels.
Like the lower levels? That's the lower? Okay. What did you do with the rest of your $20?
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn covered with 2 layers of cowhide and stitched by hand precisely 216 times. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away. The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter. The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
That was the clown show going back into the dugout as the Braves go to try to get some runs back. I mean, it's unbelievable. Merrifield had the play, but he's called off by Soler. He can't see behind him. That is on Soler. Soler is the one that blew that. But at the same token, I don't believe Soler should ever be in right field. He should be in left field. You have less chance of that kind of stuff happening. Not to mention, Arcia is gonna call you off over in left field. But that's why Merrifield got out of the way, because all he can hear is a hard charging Soler says, I got it. So you figure, all right, you got it. And the outfield always has the cadence over the infield. So if an outfielder calls you off, you get off, because if not, you're going to slam into each other. But Ramon Laureano was there for the play. If he was calling for it, then Soler should have gotten out of that. I don't know if he was calling for it. But any way you look at it, they spit the bit. First pitch on the way to Adam Duvall, who's in there. So it appeared that, well, Adam Duvall's come in for Laureano now, so he's obviously not okay. Braves 5, Colorado 5. Broken bat by Adam Duvall. The 0-2 pitch fouled straight back. So an 0-2 count. Comes set. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one off the edge. One away. So Laureano, in a combination of running in on that play on from center and whatever happened to him going down the line is his first time at bat. He's out of the game, and Duvall's now there. We all know that's a hole in the lineup. First pitch on the way to Merrifield, who walked his first time up. It's 0-1. Merrifield and Laureano, the ones that got that 5-run inning going. The 0-1, righty-righty. Davis. Swing, pops it up. High back behind home plate. 0-2. An 0-2 count. Lets her go. In the dirt, 1-2. Five to 5 your score, top of the 4th. The 1-2. Swung on, chops it up the middle. It's going to be a 6-3 put out. 2 away. Two down. Jorge Soler stands in. First pitch right down the pipe. For a strike, it's 0-1. Jorge Soler brought over on the trade deadline along with Luke Jackson. The 0-1. Swing. Fouls it down the line. 0-2. They took on quite a bit of money. They're just teetering below the line that would hit them into the next bracket, where not only would they get taxed more, but also the big thing is you lose draft picks. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. Inside, 93 mile an hour. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. 5-5 your score, top of the fourth. Soler digs in the pitch. Swung on, chops it over to third. It's going to be a 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the fifth. See if Max Fried can settle it down. Tie score in Colorado.
Yo. Yeah, I got some news, bro. Katie is no longer my girlfriend.
Oh, thank God. I hated that.
What the Jeff? I was gonna say she's not my girlfriend, man. She's my fiance.
Hi, Katie. Congrats, guys.
Armchair.
Satchel Paige always thought he was the greatest pitcher in the world, and Josh Gibson thought he was the greatest hitter in the world, and we did too. And Satchel and Josh in this World Series ball game, Satchel pitching, and we got a ball game won. The Kansas City Monarchs went 2 out in the 9th inning. First place hitter, he tripped on Satchel. We got 2 out, so that didn't bother us any at all. So Satchel called me, said, come in. I said, what do you want, Satchel? He said, let me tell you what I'm thinking to do. He said, I'm going to walk Howard Easterland. I'm going to walk Buck Leonard. I'm going to pitch to Josh Gibson. I said, man, don't be facetious. He said, that's what I'm going to do. I said, time. I called the manager, who was Frank Duncan. I said, Frank, you got to listen to what Satchel said. And so Satchel told him what was going to happen. Now, when he was walking Buck, Josh was in the circle. He talking to Josh all the time. Said, Josh, do you remember the day? Told you that one day we were going to meet and we were going to see who was the best. He said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Satchel said, all right. Said, now it's the time to prove this thing. So when Josh comes up to the bat, listen, let me tell you what this man did. He said, now I'm ready. So I'm going to throw you some fastball. I'm going to throw you a fastball, belt high, boom, strike 1. Josh didn't move the bat. He said, now I'm going to show you another fastball, boom, strike 2. He said, now, Josh, I've got you 2 strikes and no balls. You know, in this situation, I'm supposed to knock you down, brush your back. He said, but I'm not going to throw any smoke at your yoke. I'm going to throw a pea at your knee, boom, strike 3. And when he struck him out and he walked off the field and walked by me and said, nobody hit Satchel.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio, Braves Country Baseball. The Braves tied up with the Rockies. First pitch on the way from Fried is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Curveball down and in. 1-1. The 1-1. Kicks and fires. Swung on, foul back. 1-2. Max Fried about to throw his 81st pitch. The 1-2. Swing. Chops it past the mound. Arcia's got it. Flips it over to first. 6-3 in your scorecard. 1 away. Landon knew when they made that trade and they brought in and they took on Soler's money and whatnot, they knew that Soler in the outfield was going to be an issue. In fact, they talked about it. I just can't believe they don't put him in left. That's where Miami hit him last year, and he seemed to do okay out there. San Francisco did not have him in the field at all this year. So I don't know why you wouldn't put him in left as the 1-0 swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got that one, 2 down. Because Kelnick can easily play center. In fact, plays a pretty good center. As bad as he's been with his bat, he's been really good with his glove. And you could put Riley, and if Laureano's healthy, who knows now, you could put them in right. First pitch on the way is a bender, curveball down and away. It's 1-0. Ryan McMahon, the cleanup hitter, batting. They continue to put him in right. And I understand that he came up as a right fielder at the beginning of his career, but he's 32 years old, and he does not have the wheels he used to have. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. And if you play someone in left field, there's usually less traffic going on out there. Most balls that are hit to left field are not the difficult ones that are played into right, the 2-0. Swing and a miss over the top, 2-1. So you're also keeping the wear and tear off of him so he continues to swing a good bat. The whole thing, there must be some reason why they don't believe he can do it, even though he played left field last year. The 2-1, right there at the knees, 2-2. Be interesting to see if the experiment is over and if by tomorrow they put him in left. Because the problem is you can't put Ozuna in left. The 2-2. Swing, slices it back foul. Do it again. So you're really hamstrung on what you can do defensively. But it just seems like it's easier to hide a mediocre glove in left field than it is in right field. That's why Barry Bonds played left field. He didn't have an arm. The 2-2. Four seam outside wide. Ball 3, 3-2. And I've yet to see anything that's super impressive with his arm. So it can't be because of that. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Max Fried for the first time tonight, a 1-2-3 inning. See if we can get some runs. We go to the top of the 5, tied at 5.
You know, I'll never make fun of socially awkward men because I, too, am socially awkward around girls for some reason. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I want to be your friend so bad that my brain just, like, locks up. Like, today, this girl, I was like, you're so pretty. She's like, oh, my God, you are too. And I was like, wow, she's, like, really nice. And then I was just so happy thinking about it, and I just wasn't thinking. And I took out a curb pulling out of the gas station, and I skimmed up the side of a stop sign.
Pro marriage tip. When your wife makes you something to eat and it's not that good, just explain to her in detail how your mother would make it, and then she'll strive to be more like your mom, and that way you can train her well. That it was kind of dry.
Dad, can you help me with that?
Your mother already told you what to do. This is just your DMV paperwork in your car.
Send them the money without all the forms?
No, the forms, you have to send the forms. It's like going to the bathroom. The job's not done till the paperwork's finished.
One is baseball, and the other is opera. Fortunately enough, they fall in different seasons. Opera is in the winter and baseball is in the summer. And people ask me, how can you like both? They are different. And I say, oh no, they are exactly the same thing. Opera is an epiphanic art. Now, you go to a baseball game and observe what happens in a baseball game many times. The pitcher has a ball, and then suddenly he hits the ball, and that is the epiphany. It's a show forth. Everything comes at that time. It's a moment of great action, and I find the similarity right there. So for me, I say this, when I retired, I would get a part-time job in a baseball stadium in the summer and then in an opera house in the winter, and that'd be heaven for me.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley, first pitch on the way. Cutter slaps the side of the zone on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Riley 0 for 1 with a walk and an RBI. Braves 5, Colorado 5. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Right through it, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The infield is back pretty straight away. Davis coming in for the starter is about to throw his 28th pitch. Swing, that ball slapped over to first. A diving catch. Rolls over and flips it to first. McMahon to the covering Davis. 3-1 put out, one away. I mean, we just can't catch a break. That was a hard hit ball. 9 times out of 10, that is a base hit. That ball took a high jump. He had already dove and stuck his glove up. That play is usually never made by a first baseman. 1 down, Just got to fight through it. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Comes set. Outside wide. 1-1. A 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Just grabs the outer edge. Cutter 1-2. Harris on for Hudson. This will be a bullpen game the rest of the way. Rockies bullpen ranked last in baseball. Braves second in baseball. The 1-2 outside wide 2-2. So in theory, we still have the advantage even with that poor defensive play in the last inning. The 2-2 brings it. Swing, blasted high and deep. If it's fair, it's gone. Goodbye. A solo shot and the Big Bear. Coast Guard, the Big Zoo. Wowza. His 35th home run of the year. Back-to-back nights with the Jack. 401 feet into, we'll call it the 7th row of the left field seats. The Braves take the lead back at 6-5. First pitch on the way to Olsen. Swing! That ball's hammered down the line, but foul. It's 0-1. Felt like they needed something like that because I think that defensive gaff in the outfield, which they all have blame on that play, but I think it might have taken the air out of them after taking that 2-run lead. The 0-1 outer edge for a strike. It's 0-2 because you do start. If you ever played team sports, you start getting to the point where you're like, "Good God, we can't get anything right." And then the next thing that happens is finger pointing, and that's what you want to avoid. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-2, up high, misses, 1-2. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Warming up in the pen, another right-hander for the Rockies. The 1-2 was fouled back away once again. We'll do it again, 1-2. Thanks for smashing that like button. The 1-2 outside wide. 2-2. So not only is that his 35th home run, his last 11 home runs are solo shots. That's a problem. The 2-2, slice foul down the line, 3-2. And that's the whole reason why they used to have Ozuna hit further back in the order, because you wanted ducks on the pond. But the problem is nobody was getting on, so they wanted to see Ozuna face more pitches, get more at bats every night. The 2-2 brings it. Swing! That ball's lifted high, but not deep enough. It'll die shortly before the warning track. Loud, high out number 2. Making the catch was Goodman. Braves lead at 6-5. Yeah, Mark, that's kind of understated. Without the big bear, without the pitching, I know it's not indicative of what's going on this past week, but all in all, the pitching's been phenomenal. We would be in a world of trouble with so many guys injured. And I do believe that it's all been a domino effect. You have that many guys injured, you got a shorter lineup to worry about as the 0-1 to Arcia. Swing, pops it up. I mean, when Orlando Arcia is batting fifth for you, it says it all. But we take the lead. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Got to keep fighting and scraping until the others get back. Braves lead it 6-5 here on a Saturday night in Braves country.
I don't know about y'all, but I sure could use some food stamps. I be tired of spending money at the grocery store. Everything's so expensive nowadays. Be aggravating. I just want a little bit of EBT, that's it. Damn. And it seems like every time I go in there, somebody done bought up all the cheap. I can't afford to keep buying this name brand. Damn, can you save some hot spicy cup noodles for me? They gone.
We're not generally comfortable in an office setting, I would say.
I am no good before 11 a.m.
I also get headaches from computers, so I can't be around them for too long.
I take stuff.
I need to have someone go up and down with me in the elevator.
I have a weakness for sweets.
I was talking to my mama today, and she said, my God, it's so hot, the humidity is horrible. And I said, yeah, I know. I feel like a meth pipe on a payday. And she just looked at me, and I was like, no, really, though. I saw two crackheads putting copper back in that air conditioning.
During the 1970s and 80s, the war in Vietnam came to an end, and an American president was driven from office in disgrace. The Berlin Wall came down, and the Cold War ended. Democratic ideals flourished. By 1970, the national pastime was in trouble. Attendance had not increased for more than 2 decades, and desperate owners tried everything to pump new life into the old game. Nothing worked. Now, the owners' grip on the destinies of the players was finally broken, and as their prospects improved, fans returned to the game. But old loyalties were sometimes forgotten. Now, what happened off the field, greed, scandal, strikes, seemed to overshadow the action on it. And now, as television demanded that most games be played at night, a whole generation of young fans would come of age without ever seeing a World Series game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 6-5. Out west, the Mets are trailing Seattle 2-0. We head to the bottom of the fifth. The 0-1 pitch to Bryant is swung on, chopped over towards second. Merrifield's going to have to hurry. Flips it over to first. Good hustling play, one away. So if this score holds and the score in Seattle were to hold, of course, still early in both, the Braves would be right back in the wild card.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah!
Max Fried trying to get through this fifth inning. He's at 92 pitches. Diaz has had his number over his career. First pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back down the third base side. It's all gone. The 0-1. Lets her go. Swing, chops it foul towards the first base dugout. 0-2. It keeps showing Laureano. I think he just stumbled, maybe twisted his ankle. That's what I'm guessing, but it could, you never know. It could be a groin. Like, you just never know. But my biggest concern is going to be, let's not let him sit on the damn bench for 5 days and we're playing down a player once again. The 0-2. Curveball up top. Caught, looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, 2 away. Good pitch. Would have liked those calls earlier in the game. We wouldn't be in this mess. Max Fried, by the way, though he's been struggling, has 9 strikeouts. So make that make sense. First pitch on the way is a curveball, teardrop at the knee to Toglia, who's 1 for 1. It's 0-1. Just as he's starting to warm up, he's going to hit that 100-pitch mark. I say pitch him till the wheels fall off. The 0-1. Swung on, chops it back up the middle. Merrifield's got it. Another 1-2-3 inning. Those are back-to-back 1-2-3s. We'll head to the 6th with a 1-run lead. Let's get some cushion, Braves country. It's 6-5.
The breakup, y'all. Have y'all ever chased your dog down the street and they thinking it's a damn game? Horrible.
Of all the dangerous things we did growing up in the 70s and 80s, the most dangerous was getting in a car with our parent. I mean, it was like playing a game of Russian roulette. We had seatbelts. We couldn't use them. We had to do. Any given moment, our mom would need both hands to light her cigarette. Hey, take the wheel. Jump over and grab that wheel, and you're going down the freeway responsible for everyone in the car, and you're 8 years old. Your parents would pick up random hitchhikers and put them in the back seat with you. Sometimes they took your spot and you'd have to sit on the middle hump. You had nothing to hold on to. And mom hits a bump, you're going into the ceiling and then straight down to the floor. They fell out of moving cars all the time. It was also very normal for your mom to hit you with the car. Your mom was paying no attention to where you walked or what you were doing. She would hit that gas right when you walked in front of her car and just plow you over and then roll down the window and yell at you. You shouldn't be standing in front of the car. Like, this is how I get in the school, Mom. And now, like, it blows my mind. Cars are so safe. You have backup cameras and blind spot sensors that beep, 17 airbags, and you keep your kid facing the back window till he hits puberty. Like, we just wanted a seatbelt.
Remember, Ed's almost good beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Still, the family of baseball continued to grow. Larry McPhail's grandson Andy ran a team. Yogi Berra's son Dale played for a while. And one evening in California, back-to-back home runs were hit by Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. In Hoboken, New Jersey, the factory Maxwell House had built on the Elysian Fields where baseball began closed down. And that same year, the Baltimore Orioles opened a brand new, old-style ballpark on the site of the saloon once owned by the father of Babe Ruth.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Lead by 1. We go to the top of the 6th. Bottom of the order due up 6, 7, 8 batters. New right-handers in the game. Introduce him here in 1 second. The right-hander first pitch. On the way, misses, I guess, outside wide. It's 1-0. Riley Pint, 26-year-old with a 10.8 ERA, but he's only thrown an inning. The 1-0. Up top for a strike, 1-1. 1 2/3 innings pitched, a very small sample size. Prior to this, he's only pitched a total of 2 innings in his major league career. The 1-1, 94 out wide, 2-1. Threw 1 out, gave up a run in 2023, and he's thrown 1 2/3 here in 2024. The 2-1 pitch, outside wide, 3-1. In that outing, it was against the Mets this week. He also went up against the White Sox back in late July. The 3-1 up top, called for a strike, 3-2. Murphy didn't like it. Did look a touch high. He's not going to make a big deal since he wants those same calls. But he hasn't been getting them. The payoff pitch from the right-hander Pint in the dirt, ball 4. So the Smurf will head on down to first. We'll see if we can get things going here. This is where, if I was managing, I'd be a lot more aggressive. You would see me pinch running for Murphy right here, ready to put Garneau in. But I know that's not how they like to do it. Kid Kelenic comes to the plate, first pitch. Up top. That one misses high, 1-0. Same exact spot that the second strike on Murphy was. The 1-0. But that is Ramon de Jesus for you. The 1-0 lets her go. Outside wide ball 2-0. The 2-0 count. In the dirt, ball 3-3-0. That one almost went to the backstop. Honestly, when he came out of the game, Laureano I'm talking about, is a 3-0 pitch, up top for a strike, 3-1. Kelenic went to flip his back towards the dugout like he'd drawn a walk, but that definitely hit the zone. I was hoping Eli White was coming in with his speed, and anything's better than Duvall at this point. The 3-1, swing and a miss, 3-2. Duvall has just been so bad recently. They slid Kelenic over to center field. Duvall's in left. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So after being up 3-0, they piped 3 fastballs right by Kelenic. One away. Still seems he's sitting too high in the order. When Harris comes back, I think you're going to see a true platoon. But you've got to put Soler in left field. That's all there is to it. He's just a disaster in right. First pitch on the way to Duvall. Taking it all the way right down the center of the plate. It's 0-1. Adam Duvall. Give you an idea what he's been up to, why we keep saying what we're saying about him. The 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. Adam Duvall, in his last 7 games, is batting .063. Adam Duvall, in his last 15 games, is batting .136. Adam Duvall, in his last 30 games, is batting .216. And in the last 2 weeks is the 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. His OPS, I mean, this is unbelievable. His OPS is 386. To give you an idea, 700 is considered solid. 800 is considered hitting well. The 2-1, right there at the knees, 2-2. So he's hitting half, less than half of what you would consider hitting well. The 2-2, I don't know why any pitcher would even pitch around Duvall in any way, shape, or fashion. I'd be giving him stuff to hit and see if he can. I mean, you're not going to lay it down the middle of the plate, but I'm definitely not going to be avoiding Duvall's bat at all. I'm going right after him. The 2-2. Inside almost gets him. Buddy, that's one of the ones you need to take on the arm. You bat no 63, you got to take one for the team right there. So a full count. Runner at first, 1 out. The pitch to Duvall. Inside, ball. Oh, my God, they called it out. Ramon de Jesus punched him out, and it's at least 2 inches inside. Duvall's continuing to argue, but it's kind of those lackadaisical arguments. Snicker's finally going to come out. Fire him up, Snit. Let's go. Show us what you got. He didn't say enough, that's for sure. He'll go back to the dugout with his tail between his legs. That pitch was inside. It's the way he framed it, you knew it was a ball because he had to backhand it and then sling it up. That's an automatic ball for an umpire who knows what they're doing. First pitch on the way to Merrifield is a strike up top, corner zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Flips it over there to first. Really slow attempt to first. I don't even think he was trying to do anything. He knows Murphy's not running. He just wanted to reset the clock. The 0-1. Brings it. Outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Braves 6, Rockies 5, top of the 6th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing. That ball's lifted into right field, but not very deep. Coming in, making it. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it. The right fielder, Goodman, drops the ball. We're going to have runners on the corners because Merrifield didn't think he could make it. The ball went into the infield, scattered away. And if, honestly, let's take another look at this. I mean, that was worse than the Soler gaff because that ball hit him bad place right in the glove. But the ball came back into the infield and it got away. They would have been a little more alert. Merrifield might have been able to take actually, he would have been able to take second, but that'll bring Soler to the plate. Maybe he can make up for his gaff. First pitch. Swing. Fouls it back. It's 0-1. I mean, it is the Keystone Cops out there in Colorado tonight. The 0-1 righty-righty. Pint turns around, flips it over to first. He's got a very, very deliberate move over to first. Kind of turns and hops and then flips it. You just wonder if he's setting you up for a much better move. Runners at the corners. The 0-1 Soler. Outside wide. And Merrifield is going to steal second. Well, all right. Very good base running. The throw was wide outside. There was no way he was going to get him. So Diaz just stuck it in his pocket. The 1-1. Soler chased that one well out of the zone. 1-2. Slider down and away. The 1-2 brings it in the dirt. That slider he laid off of. 2-2 count. Righty-righty. The infield is back and pretty straight away. The 2-2. Swung on, lifted, and that ball's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to get down. That's where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. Here comes the throw. 2 runs will score, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 3-run lead. And Jorge Soler makes up for the 2 runs that he cost us in the field. An RBI single. Let's go. 8-5 your score. The one thing you can say when you see the reaction of the Braves players in the dugouts, I mean, they're still in it. They're engaged. They have not given up. They're just incredibly frustrated. If you ever played sports, whether it's team sports or whatever, hell, even if you're just a golfer, if you're struggling, you know how bad it is. This would be an incredible, huge weight lifted off their shoulder if they can get a win tonight. You never know where that can go. Justin Lawrence is warming up in the pen. We saw him last night, the right-hander. Braves lead by 3. It's 8-5 in the 6th. And now you would hope that the Braves would get aggressive in the bullpen to go after this win tonight. Pretty rested bullpen. The only back-end guy that really got in the game last night was A.J. Minter. Austin Riley will come to the plate with Soler at first. The Big Zoo on deck. The first pitch. Down and away. That ball gets away. And Mr. Soler will cruise on down to second. Now a base hit could make it a 4-run game. Seattle leads New York 3-0. So if these scores hold up, Braves will be back in the wild card lead for the bottom slot.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! 1-0, swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. 1-1. Misses high, ball 2-2. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. He hit his 35th homer of the year his last time up, giving the Braves the 1-run lead. The 2-1 pitch. Up top for a strike, 2-2. Slider, good pitch. The 2-2. Pint comes set. The pitch. Swing. Fouls it back. Do it again. That was a good piece of hitting by Soler, too, because that pitch was on the outer part of the plate. He didn't try to do too much with it. He just kind of guided it down the right field line. That's one of those ones that leaves the bat, you're like, there's no way that's going to land in a glove. The 2-2. Swing, chops it up the middle. Backhanded by Rogers, who flips it over to first. Good defensive play. 4-3 putout will end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 on the board. Little Soler power will cut your bills in half. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
If you grew up in Gen X, you had your parents who told you every single day that you were like 1 second away from being murdered or kidnapped. We had to get our fingerprints and our photo taken every school year in case we got kidnapped. And if that wasn't traumatizing enough, they put all the missing kids on the side of our milk carton that we drank at lunch. Every time you got on the escalator with your mom, you were doing something wrong. You were too close to this, your shoe was too untied. They insisted that if we made one wrong move on that escalator, we were going to get sucked down into those metal teeth. I still have anxiety about escalators. They made us think we were going to die all the time.
I'm a little confused about one thing.
What's that?
Who pays for all this?
What do you mean who pays for it? The company pays for it.
All right, well then, here's my second question. What does Atwater make?
What do you mean, like, how much money does the company make?
Oh, no, I mean, what do we make?
I don't follow. We make money.
No, I know we make money. I mean, what do we create?
We create wealth.
No, I mean, what do we build? What do we design?
We don't build anything.
You have to have moments that give you pleasure with your children or your hobbies or your games. And life can't all be big issues and heart surgery. You need something to give up. Something has to bring joy into the day. I've always thought that the 6 months during the baseball season, there was something in the day that wasn't there the other 6 months in winter. It was not that you had to listen to the game, but that you could if you needed it.
The crowd is on their feet. Christian Yelich, single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. Cross everything. We're trying to get one more strike out of Will Smith. Called third strike. He got caught watching the paint dry. And that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Aaron Bummer comes in. Left-hander. The 3-run lead. Takes the first pitch on the inner cut for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Foul back out of play. 0-2. Yelton says he'd bring in Lee. Dylan Lee got optioned back to the minors about a week ago. So an 0-2 count. Lefty righty. Swing. Hits it hard on the ground to third. Off the glove of Riley. It's going to be an infield single to start the 6th. If you're wondering what the Braves do have in the bullpen, not counting the starter. Schwellenbach, by the way, is getting the start tomorrow. They did confirm that last night. In the bullpen, you've got Minter available. He should still be available. First pitch on the way, sinker down and away. It's 1-0. Zach Logg, who is a left-hander. Pierce Johnson, who I believe you'll see at least one more time in the series, considering his ability to pitch in Colorado. Joe Jimenez, Luke Jackson, the closer, Iglesias. That's about it. I would think they're going to give Chavez the day off. And, of course, Grant Holmes just started, so he's not an option. The 2-0, nowhere near the zone. Ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Keeps asking, where's Lee? He's in AAA. The 3-0, right there for a strike, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted into center field, going back. It's going to get over his head. The ball is going to get past Kelnick. And here comes the runner around to score. They're going to slam the brakes on him. He started to make the wide turn at third, and they slammed the brakes on. That would have been a really close play. Trailing by 3, they didn't want to be. He had to hold up. I think the jump by Kelnick at the wall deked him into thinking he was going to make the catch. He came really close. That ball was just over towards his left shoulder as he's running back with his right-hand glove. That ball was hit on a bullet. First pitch. Sweeper outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The 1-1 count. Braves lead by 3. Lee wasn't DFA'd. He was sent to AAA. He was optioned. The 1-1 swung on. That ball's hammered into left field. That is down for a base hit. That's going to make this a 1-run game. A bases clearing double. We are in an old-fashioned shootout here in Colorado. He is leaving those pitches way out over the plate. You just cannot have this when you're trying to break a streak like this. The runner at second, nobody out. Abreu is going to go out there and talk to him. He'll head on back to the dugout. Warming up in the bullpen is Pierce Johnson. A little surprised that's not who they led off with here in the 6th. I think they were trying to steal an inning with Bummer, but he is just, man, he doesn't have it. First pitch to Rogers, who's 2 for 3, rifles one foul down the right field line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Brings it, swung on, hit hard on the ground, over to short. Arceal chased the runner back to second. He'll flip it over to first. 6-3 put out, 1 down. Big out number 1. Keeping Tovar there at second. Now you got to keep an eye on Tovar, make sure he's not trying to steal third base. so they can tie the game with just a fly ball. First pitch. Outside wide, it's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. McMahon stands on deck. He is a left-hander, the 1-0. Brings it. Swung on, chops it foul back behind home plate. 1-1. When they had the 2 on, first and second, nobody out. You know, what Bummer was brought in for, the whole thing we heard in the offseason, he is a ground ball pitcher. And he just, I mean, granted, this is Colorado. The 1-1 swung on, hit hard on the ground. That's through the hole. That is going to tie the game. 8-8 your score. And just like that, Bummer's coughed up 3 runs. And he continues to be a Bummer here in 2024. It's hard to believe his ERA is at 3.77 after that. It feels like he should have an ERA north of 6. All of these balls are hard hit balls. First pitch over. He's going to toss it over to first real quick to get the runner close by. He's here to face McMahon. I'd say this is probably his last batter if he doesn't do something here, because he's done nothing. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runner goes. Here comes the throw. Looks like they got him. I don't know. That was close. Arcia doesn't seem to think he got him. I'd like to see a replay on that one. But he is safe. Man, he got a huge jump, too. Yeah, I guess he just got in there. Yeah, he just got in there. He got an enormous jump on Bummer, the 0-1. Right there for a strike, 0-2. You're a left-hander. You have zero excuse for letting a guy on first get in a huge jump. The 0-2. Swung on, lifted high down the left field line. We'll do it again. The 0-2 count. Lefty. Bringing it. 94 outside wide, 1-2. Braves 8, Rockies 8. Bottom of the 6th. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. The 2 down, but now you got the right-handers coming back up, and I really would like to see them go get him out of the game, because he's getting roasted by right-handed batting right now. They are going to go get him. Snicker's going to come get the ball from him. Looks like it's going to be PJ coming in. We'll be back in a flash. Braves, Rockies tied in the 6th.
POV, I'm just trying to go about my life, and someone actually says, do you have a CDL for that dump truck in real life?
But instead of Jimmy the Greek, we're going to have to go with Peter the Irishman today.
Hi, my buddy Jimmy the Greek is on the injured reserve list today, so I'm going to tell you who's going to win all the NFL games and the World Series. But don't run to your phone, because a year ago I said it would be the Phillies.
Got him! Got him!
I just got one of the weirdest messages I have ever gotten on Instagram. So the message was sexual in nature. It was from an older gentleman about my father's age. Quality stuff. I clicked on this elderly gentleman's photo, and the first line in his bio is that the Lord is his strength and his shelter. And it gets even better. This is a shared Instagram account, he says. He shares it with his wife and children. What are you doing? Your wife's going to see the message. This is why you shouldn't be on the internet.
Trigger an entire fan base with only one sentence.
All bubble ships in 2020 are fake.
That should do it.
Why isn't football on the TV?
First preseason game?
No.
No. It's starting. No.
Armchair. I think what baseball is a game that allows people who watch it to think about nothing else. It allows us to feel connected to a place. So part of what American history is texture, it's fabric, it's Brooklyn, it's Boston. But sadly, part of what American history is and part of what baseball is moving away from those places. So Brooklyn leaves and goes to California, and the free agents take away our favorite players, and America's always mobile, always moving on.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way, check swing foul down the line. It's 0-1. John says, do people say 2021 championships were faked? They didn't have low attendance, John. In fact, they were breaking records because people were so glad to be back. You might have had it in Bobo cities like New York or whatever, but in the real world, the 0-1 swung on, foul back, 1-1. 1-1 count. Yeah, I think New York and I know California was still playing games. Hell, they're still playing games. But I think New York started off, but then by summertime they were ready to go. The 0-2. Caught, looking strike three. Curveball on the outer edge. Go sit down, Mr. Bryant. Your $184 million that the Rockies will never get. We'll be back in a flash.
There's that chirping again. How are you not hearing that? Newsflash! I've been hearing it the entire damn time! Then why would you say something? Because I hate you!
Today we're going to go over some wild baseball coincidences that you won't believe are true. Minnesota's Metrodome hosted 8 World Series games in its history. In all 8 of those games, Terry Pendleton's team lost. The Cardinals lost 4 in the 1987 World Series, and the Braves lost 4 in the 1991 World Series. Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, had his first career home run on September 27, 1923. His last home run would come exactly 15 years later on September 27, 1938. Warren Spahn had a longer streak of hitting at least one home run than he did pitching at least one shutout. He had homers in 17 consecutive seasons, but only had shutouts in 15 consecutive seasons. There have only been 2 pitchers in Major League Baseball history with the name Moyer. Ed Moyer, who pitched 6 games for the Senators, who died on November 18, 1962, and Jamie Moyer, who pitched 25 years in the majors and was born on that same day, November 18, 1962. Dennis Eckersley picked off Kenny Williams on June 29, 1987. His next pickoff would occur almost 4 years later when he picked off, you guessed it, Kenny Williams again.
On April 20th, 1912, 2 months before the cornerstone was laid for Ebbets Field, Fenway Park opened its doors for the first time. The Red Sox beat the New York Highlanders that afternoon 7-6 in 11 innings, beginning one of the most intense rivalries in baseball. And then they went on to win the pennant and the series, setting a precedent that did not last for long. Tris Speaker once owned its center field. Smokey Joe Wood and Babe Ruth and Roger Clemens have all bewildered batters there. Ted Williams, who sharpened his eye by shooting the pigeons that flew over the outfield, hit so many home runs into the right field bullpen that players came to call it Williamsburg.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. Tied at 8 apiece. We're in the 7th inning. Righty-righty matchup to start us off. Marcell Ozuna leads us off. First pitch on the way, swung on and lifted high and deep into right field. Hold your seats. That thing's going to go off the wall. That thing's going to bounce off the wall. And we got a leadoff double by the Big Zoo. He had a little more speed. He's standing on third. I think him and Tovar must be buddies. Left field stalled all series long. They've been playfully messing with each other. Good piece of hitting by Marcel. That ball was at the top. I mean, maybe missed, I don't know, 5 feet higher, and it's a home run. Tall, not quite a green monster, but a tall outfield wall in right field here in Colorado. First pitch to Olson is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fire. Swing! That ball's blasted into right field. Gone, baby, gone! Kiss it goodbye! You can put it on the board. It's 10-8, baby. His 20th home run of the year. 60th RBI. His second bonzo of the night in your Atlanta Braves. Take a 2-run lead. It's a good old-fashioned barn burner here in Colorado. Smoke that puppy. That was a splitter that didn't split. Wow. Can we hit in Colorado every night but then pitch in somewhere normal? First pitch on the way to Arcia is up top. Man, that's a very generous high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lets her go. Swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty. Kicks and deals. Inside 1-2. Braves lead by 2. The good news is they don't have the ability to put Aaron Bummer back in the game. The number 2 ranked bullpen in baseball is taking a hit every time he comes in. The 1-2. High and out of the zone. 2-2. Oh, yeah, that's right. Pushing buttons. I forgot that I had Olson to click. He's hit 2 home runs. The 2-2. Swing. Chops it down the third base side. Long throw, but Arcia's running, so it'll be an easy out. 1 away. One down. I mean, if you're listening on radio and you remember the old clip of Brooks Robinson in the World Series of the Orioles making that long throw in foul territory, that's essentially what he just did, but it was less impressive because Arcia's the runner. First pitch on the way to Murphy is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Speaking of guys who run in quicksand, the 1-0. I would just like to see them break that up in the lineup, however you want to do it. The 1-0, right down the pipe, 1-1. When Harris comes back, it'll be interesting to see where they put him. But I think they should probably put Harris leading off. Put Soler 2, put Riley behind Olson to give him some kind of, and just really lengthen the lineup. The 1-1 swing and a miss, 1-2. And then obviously when you get Ozzie back, it's a totally different argument, but Ozzie won't be back for a few weeks. The 1-2. Chop foul. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again. The 1-2 count. So the thing I was talking about, I think it was John was asking about why I said Ghost IL incoming. Because you could bring Dylan Lee back if there's an injury. And if you just want to avoid putting Bummer back out there for the next few days and have him go work on some stuff, is the 1-2. Hit high into right field. Going back, making the catch for a long out number 2 is the right fielder Goodman, 2 down. So, but anyways, if you put him on the IL, you could bring Dylan Lee back up. When you send someone down to the minors, you can't touch them for 10 days. That gets erased if there's an injury. And that's why people talk about ghost ILs, meaning the guys aren't really hurt, but they got to go work on stuff, and you can't send them down because they'll get DFA'd. First pitch on the way to Kelnick is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And I know all of us just are not fans of Bummer, but their front office is, and he's not going anywhere. That's the thing. The 1-0, outside wide 2-0. So a 2-0 count. And the one thing I do always like to keep in mind, even as mad as you'll get at things, we don't know it all because we don't see it all. The 2-0, down and away 3-0. You know, you'll see people yelling on social media and they don't even know that, you know, Lee is down in the minors. You'll see people yelling on social media and they have no idea what someone's OPS is. The 3-0, right there at the knees, 3-1. 3-1 count to Kelenic. If he can get on, keep it going, Duvall would be the one due up unless they want to pinch hit. The 3-1 to JK. Swing, that ball's rifled right at the first baseman. Hard shot, but an atom ball, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Braves. Put 2 more on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch. Barn burner in the Rockies.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something to crack down. I don't care if I have to get back on. It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root.
Country baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one by 2. Pierce Johnson goes back to work. First pitch on the way here in the bottom of the 7th. 10-8 score is a strike. About chest high, it's 0-1. Diaz 0 for 2 on the night, the right-handed hind catcher. Batting 6th in the order. 0-1 up top, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. Fouls it away. John says at least wait till he's stunk again. Talk about Arcia before you get rid of him. Yeah, Arcia is not going anywhere. I mean, look, I'd rather have a better bat starting at shortstop, but you're not getting rid of Arcia. The 1-2 flips it from third to first, 5-3 put out, 1 away. You got to realize he is extremely cheap as far as major league players go. Orlando Arcia is making $2.1 million this year. Dansby Swanson, who's having an equally bad offensive year, and doesn't have near the arm that Arcia has. He's got more range, but doesn't have the arm. He's making, 25, 26 a year? First pitch on the way is swung on and licked it high into center field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Kelenic, 2 down. Long fly ball. I think one of the things that caught Kelnick off guard when the ball went over his head and you ended up with the two guys on second and third a few innings ago. You kind of have to play back in Colorado and be ready to charge. It's such a big outfield, and the ball flies because of that, of the elevation. You really don't have time to react like you do in Atlanta. First pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lets her rip. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Braves Country Today is going to come your way this Monday. We explained it last night, but real quick again, it's going to come at the end after one series and before the next. So we'll just let you know when the days and times will be. The 1-1. Swung on, lifted down the line, foul, and out of play. It's 1-2. Typically, they're going to be on Monday and Friday would be, but it really depends on when the series starts. You know, if you end up with a Thursday to Saturday, you know, it's that type of thing. We're not going to do Sunday shows at the end of the series, so we're going to do them the next day right before the next series starts. The 1-2. Up top misses, 2-2. And I can't get to studio till about mid-afternoon, so I'm shooting for 3 o'clock, and I think I can pretty much be here by 3 o'clock each Monday. And and unless it's weird, the other one would probably take place on Friday afternoons. The 2-2, swung on, chops it over to first base side, but it's going to get through the hole. Man, that's a hard-hit ball. Worm burner by Jake Cave. 1 on, 2 outs are in the bottom of the 7th. The tying run is coming to the plate. Two down. Joe Jimenez is warming up in the pen. In a perfect world, what you'd like to see is Pierce Johnson to come through and in this inning. Then you got Jimenez for the 8th. And Raziel Iglesias for the 9th. First pitch, curveball, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Thank you very much. Is it Kyle Sterling? The 1-0 pitch. Outside wide. Called for a strike. It's 1-1. Hilliard didn't like it, but did look like a strike. Hilliard, by the way, is 3 for 3. The 1-1 count. PJ lets her rip. Curveball smacks the edge, 1-2. Something I'll say about Sam Hilliard, and he was a Brave last year. He looks thicker. Not like jumped on steroids thicker, but when we had him on our team, he was a stick. And he looks like he's been in the weight room. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Now, he's not hitting out of this world. He's just hammering us tonight, but makes you wish that we had kept Hilliard. Because, man, I bet if they knew that they were going to have all these injuries in the outfield, they would have kept Sam Hilliard. The 2-2. PJ comes set, lets her go. Way outside, wide ball, 3-2. You had a full count. Top of the order is due up in Tovar. You do wonder if he were to lose Hilliard here, would he go to Jimenez or try to get through this inning? PJ, his second inning of work, the 19th pitch of the night, the payoff, the runner will be on the move. Here's the pitch. Curveball swung on, lifted, high into center field, going back, circling, making the catch is JK. He flips it into the infield, and that'll end the inning. Whew! Catch your breath. We'll be back in a flash, Braves Country.
I don't know which one of my coworkers need to hear this, but anything happening past 12 o'clock on Friday is definitely a Monday problem.
You know those nights where you just do not feel like drinking? Well, tonight's not one of those nights. We're getting cheers.
Today, we hop into our MLB time machine and talk about baseball first. On May 2nd, 1876, Ross Barnes hit the first home run in baseball history in the top of the fifth inning against Cincinnati pitcher Cherokee Fisher. On July 15th, 1876, St. Louis Brown Stocking pitcher George Bradley would be the first to do something. He threw a no-hitter. On September 10th, 1881, Roger Connor did something that wouldn't be done again until Babe Ruth did it again in 1925. He hit the first walk-off grand slam. Paul Hines put his name in the history books for being the first Major League Baseball player to wear sunglasses on the field. He also had two other firsts. He was baseball's first Triple Crown, and he performed the game's first unassisted triple play. New York Giants player Mickey Welch made history on August 10th, 1889, when he pinch hit for his injured teammate Hank O'Day.
What do you guys want? Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese on a hard roll with a side order of fries, cheese, and gravy, and a bowl of gravy on the side.
I'll have the same thing plus pancakes.
Chocolate milk?
You know it, honey.
And it'll make it two.
I'll have an egg white omelet made with very little oil, dry wheat toast, and grapefruit juice.
Oh, my God.
All right, here it comes.
You know, just placing an order like that gets you kicked out of the Army.
Now, if you put a construction helmet on that order, it could join the village people.
Would you not read down a flight of stairs for $4 million?
I'd do it for a $5 scratch-off and a bag of Doritos.
Over the years, the struggles of the Boston Red Sox would provide some of the most dramatic and heartbreaking action the game would ever see. And on October 21st, 1975, Fenway Park would witness the greatest game in World Series history, a game that rekindled the whole country's love of baseball.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, Braves Country Radio. If you're listening on radio, if you're listening on YouTube, we're also on Facebook, but most of the chat goes on YouTube. If you want to join in the chat, jump on the YouTube channel. That's where we sit on there because there's more chat there than elsewhere. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss by Duvall. It's 0-1. Kyle says he is deployed in the military. Thank you for your service, Kyle. The 0-1. Down and away. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing, fouls down the line. 1-2. I just saw that joke. Was that John that said that? Welcome to Braves Country. Please abide by the dress code. I didn't know we had a dress code in Braves Country, to be honest with you. I got some explaining to do. The 1-2, fouled straight back. Do it again. I have done everything wardrobe-wise to try to break this streak. I mean, you name it, I have worn that color combination, that hat, everything. This 6-game losing streak has been the pits. The 1-2, swing and a miss. The ball gets away. Not very far, though. Duvall kind of lightly jogs down to first. One away. I would say hustle, but then if he gets hurt, what the hell are we going to do? got guys dropping like flies out there. I still, honestly, why not put Eli White in the outfield? He's got a lot more speed. Maybe they're holding off to do that in the late innings because of the Soler issue. That could have something to do with it. But if that's the case, why didn't you just put Eli White in and then you could put Duvall in for Soler? Soler is going to have one more at bat, and then I think you won't see him. The 1-1 or the 1-0, fouled straight back, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. I ain't gonna lie, that is my new emoji. The Simpsons madly angry at the crowd. The 1-1 swung on, sliced foul down the line. 1-2. Jason and I were talking about just a way to have fun with just everyone being so angry all the time. And I don't even remember how it came up, but we started talking about memes that would represent it, and then we started talking about the Grandpa Simpson one. The 1-2. In the dirt, bounces way 2-2. It's very therapeutic when you see someone complain and they're just raising $300 worth of cane. I'm telling you, hit that Grandpa Simpson meme It's very therapeutic. The 2-2. Merrifield is 1 for 2. If you took the over, you're good to go, by the way. The 2-2 bounce foul in between home and first. The over-under in this game was just 10.5. Woo, we passed that a long time ago. That's been in the rearview mirror since the top of the 5th inning. The 2-2 in the dirt. Ball gets away, 3-2. Threw me off for a second. I haven't seen that in a long time. The Rockies crowd is doing the wave. That is really cool. I'm telling you, that's one of the best baseball atmospheres in all of baseball. The payoff pitch, swing, chops it foul. I've never had an opinion on them, but I'm at the point now where if they ever make the playoffs and they're not playing us, that's a team, that's a crowd, that is one I can pull for. And I'm not a big fan of Denver per se, but man, that their baseball crowd is really cool. The payoff pitch, swung on, pops it up, back behind home plate. Do it again. Never disliked or liked the Denver Broncos. They were always just there. As far as the Nuggets concerned, what wasn't until 2 years ago you even remembered they had a basketball team. The payoff pitch. Here comes Goat coming in, dragging his feet. Where you been? The payoff pitch. Swing. That ball's lifted into right center field, making the running catch. Out there in center is Doyle, 2 away. Good hard hit ball, just right into the defense. Thought that had a chance to fall, but Doyle does have. I haven't really paid attention to Brendan Doyle for this kid's got some wheels. Two down, and Jorge Soler comes to the plate. Like I said, he may be leaving the game after this for defensive improvement. First pitch on the way inside. So I want to know if you're just joining us, what you miss more than anything else, what everyone's going to be talking about in this game, even if we win. Jorge Soler calling everybody off in the outfield for a fly ball as the 2-0 swung on, belted deep into right field, going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong. A solo shot and a little 380 feet later, it's 11-8 Atlanta. You want to cut that heat in half, do it with some Soler power. Wow. I kind of figured when he got his arms extended, that meant that ball was pay dirt. It just got over the wall. Bounced on top of the wall, actually. Into the crowd. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. He's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. It's got to feel good for Soler, even though it's in Colorado, to get to 2 home runs this series. The 1-0, chop foul. The 1-1. Outside wide, 2-1. So what I was saying is that I believe what you're going to see, if it's not in the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th, it's definitely going to be by the bottom of the 9th, assuming the lead. You've got Eli White that you can put into the outfield for Soler. The 2-1, hit high and deep down the right field line. Do it again. Because he just hit, I would think they're going to lift him, but you just never know how this plays out. If we go on a run here in the inning and put 3 or 4 guys on or whatever, then he may not. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. But not before little Soler power makes it 11-8. We go to the bottom of the 8th. That selling off at the deadline, as they were saying, that's kind of working out there. We'll be back in a flash.
How are you now?
What?
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 What was that?
What?
Well, you're standing, breathing, and smoking, so the other thing.
Spitting?
Some barefaced, uncultivated version of it, yes.
What, you never seen someone spit before?
Yes. An inexcusably obese man in the batter's box at a Blue Jays game.
But you never seen a girl spit before?
Yes. A 6-year-old after consuming an insect in her ice cream cone.
But you don't think girls should spit?
I don't say what girls should do.
But you don't like it when girls spit?
Preferably not within my line of sight, earshot, and in a perfect world, ever.
You hungry?
Am I hungry?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm immediately concerned that sensation may never reestablish itself. But what a ride it's been.
What's your best pitch?
My best pitch is a strike. A sinking fastball down and away from a right-handed hitter. Thereby, he thinks it's a good pitch. The last minute it sinks. He hits the top half of the ball, and he hits a ground ball one away. And you do that 3 times or 27 times in a ball game, make perfect sinkers, you'll get 27 outs. Unless the hitters are smart, and then what they do is they know it's a sinker, they get up and they drive the ball to right center field, and then you got to run at third and less than 2 outs. So they bring the infield in, and you don't want them to hit a sinker now. You got to strike them out. So then you go to a cross-seam fastball, which I don't have.
The idea of community, the idea of coming together, we're still not good at that. We talk about it a lot. In moments of crisis, we're magnificent at it. At those moments, we understand community, helping one another. Baseball, you do that all the time. You can't win it alone. It is a community activity. You need all 9 people helping one another. I love bunt plays. I love the idea of the bunt. I love the idea of the sacrifice. Even the word is good. Giving yourself up for the good of the whole. That's Jeremiah. That's thousands of years of wisdom. The Bible tried to do that and didn't teach you. Baseball did.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have taken a 3-run lead. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Colorado will bat. Joe Jimenez will come in. First pitch on the way from JJ is a 4-seam fastball up top. It's 1-0. The 1-0, and I was right. They have brought Eli White in. He is going to play center field. That's moving Duvall to right, and Kid Kelnick moves to left. So left to right across your radio dial, it's Kelnick, White, Duvall. Soler is out of the game. The 1-1 swung on, hit on the ground to short. Arcias got it, flips it over to first, 1 away. And I know it's a little bit of a gamble because of the way these games are so high scoring in Coors Field. But the hope would be that Eli White, the combination of basically your best 3 outfielders, not counting Laureano, who's obviously injured, can help preserve that 3-run lead over the next now 5 outs. First pitch on the way to Rogers is a slider at the knees on 1. And you could have waited to the 9th. That's true. Problem is you're facing the top of the order right now. The 0-1. Outer edge. Misses 1-1. There's also a line of thinking, but I just haven't ever seen it. You see a lot of the, what's the best way to describe them? But the new way of thinking of baseball is the 1-1 pitch misses outside wide 2-1. What they will try to tell you is that because it's a 3-run game, bottom of the 8th, and you're facing the top of the lineup of the Rockies, Rafael Iglesias should come in for the 8th and put anyone else in for the 9th. The 2-1 swung on, sliced foul, 2-2. And I've always liked that idea. I've understood the idea, but I don't think it really plays, and I'll tell you why. There's something to do, and you'll never understand it because we've never stood on that mound. A Major League Baseball mound. The 2-2. Slice back foul. 4-seam fastball. Do it again. There's something about that 9th inning. The strikes get harder to get. Your blood starts pumping. And it's really difficult. Not anybody can go in and close the game. But you'll hear people say that. And I understand the philosophy. I just don't think it works. The 2-2. Swing and a miss up top. Strike 3. Same thing that I tell people all the time when we're talking about whether it's during our football show or baseball talk, whatever, and they'll be spewing out all these statistics, And I always ask them, I was like, but when you were watching the game and this happened, and half of them haven't watched the games. And I always say, like, you have to watch the games. Because it's a different, all the numbers you can throw at as the first pitch on the way to Doyle is a strike on the outer edge, good slider, it's 0-1. You can throw a million statistics at someone, but until you watch the games, they unfold so differently. The 0-1 bangs it off the plate 0-2. And there's a reason why those closers make that money, because you can put some really, look at AJ Minter. He's usually a pretty good setup man. You put him in the closing role, he's a disaster. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. And not that was ever the case for the Braves here, because the Braves don't do that. But if you watch any of those shows like on MLB Network, if you watch like MLB Now and whatnot, Brian Kenny and all them, they are like the new way thinking of baseball. And they'll try and tell you that Roswell Iglesias should have started off this 8th. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. But when you got a Jimenez in your pocket, it's a pretty good, solid 1A and 1B. We'll be back in a flash when we come back. Ozuna, Olsen, Arcia here in the Colorado.
Everybody in this room knows the way that I feel about a lot of things. Basically, everybody's too soft. Everybody's too sensitive about everything.
Hi, honey. I just got done at the car shop. I got the oil change, and then I also got a really good deal on putting air in the tires.
Hold on, what? What'd you say?
I got a really good deal on putting air in the tires. I got the premium stuff. Okay, the premium air in 2 tires, the front ones for $150, or I could get just like regular air in all 4. Huh?
Hold on.
Yeah.
What do you mean by premium air? What are you talking about?
Well, he said that like it like lasted an extra long time. He said it was like really high end, and that's what more like the luxury cars got.
No. Air is free. You do not pay for air in your tires.
Yeah, regular air is free, but the premium air, like the high end stuff, I got put in all of them. He charged me $100, but it was on sale. Like, I got a deal. It was a special. Armchair.
In 1970, the Cincinnati Reds faced the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series. The Reds were young, aggressive, and powerful, led by Pete Rose, Tony Perez, and Johnny Bench. But the Orioles had the best third baseman in baseball. Brooks Robinson was born in Little Rock, Arkansas, was discovered playing ball in the Church League, and was beloved by Baltimore fans. Winner of 10 Gold Glove Awards. He was called the Human Vacuum Cleaner. The Orioles took the series in 5, further helped by 6 runs batted in by Brooks Robinson. Brooks Robinson, Cincinnati's Pete Rose said, belongs in a higher league.
First pitch on the way. Marcell Ozuna to be in the top of the 9th with a 3-run lead is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Molina stays in the game. The right-hander misses. 1-1. Schwellenbach is the starter. I see the question in the chat. It's not a bullpen game. It's Schwellenbach day. They pushed him back for no real reason other than to give him extra rest. The 1-1. Swing and a miss over the top. 1-2. They announced it late last night. Officially, it had already been kind of guessed that would be the obvious choice. The 1-2 brings it. Just misses outside. 2-2. Last night, that's a strike. What was that clown's name? Jonathan Parra. God bless. For once, Ramon De Jesus is doing a better job than the night guy from the night before. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and lifted high into center field, but that'll be caught easy. 1 away. One down. Matt Olson steps up. First pitch swing and a miss up top. 94 miles an hour. Man, did he bring it? It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty. Comes set. 96 on the outer edge, a little bit off the plate. 0-2. So he gave it to Ozuna, but did not for Matty. Matt Olson for 2 home runs, 2 for 3. 2 home runs. One was an absolute moonblast. The 0-2, up high, 1-2. If you're just joining us, he hit a moonblast, a grand salami that at the time made the game 5-3. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, curveball in the dirt, 2 away. Then the debacle that was Jorge Soler's fielding tied the game at 5. Ozuna retook the lead with the solo shot, making it 6-5. The Braves then added 2 more, and then the Rockies came back and tied it. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. With the tie ball game in the 7th, Olson came back as the 0-1. High chopper to first. They got Arcia by a mile. 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 9th with a 3-run lead. Let's end this skid now.
Man, believe this or not, I don't watch no film, bro. Like, I just know the game of football inside out. I feel like Madden has a good tell of how good players are. So I just played Madden the night before, and I go look at all their ratings. So I just go get on Madden. I go to the EA rosters, then I scroll down and see what their awareness is, their speed is, and their sprint. And that's how I get a good tell on them.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Michigan, Ohio State feels like you're asking me to pick which one of your kids is my favorite, and I just can't, because I don't like any of your kids.
Look at that door, dude. See that door right there? One marked pirate. You think a pirate lives in there? I see a door marked private. Is that the door you were talking about? No, I was talking. Yep. I didn't say. No. What did you hear? I heard you say you saw a door marked pirate. No, see, that's not what I was saying. We're talking about pirates all day. We're going to find out what lives in here. Jesus Christ.
What was incredible about Clemente was not only how skilled he was at each part of the game, but this kind of ferocity that he played on each play of the game, even years when they were pitiful and they had no chance to get into the pennant or anything like that. He would throw it in, he would pick guys off who got a single, who took too much of a turn going around first. There was just something intense about this guy that was not necessarily what was going on in baseball at that moment.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this by 3. And Raziel Iglesias, eyeglasses, comes in. First pitch on the way. It's a fastball up top for a strike. It's 0-1. You go 1. Kicks and fires. Misses high. 1-1. McMahon 0 for 3 on the day. The cleanup hitter. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Change up over the top. 1-2. You do wonder how Iglesias' changeups are affected by this Colorado elevation. Hopefully it's not a big thing. The 1-2. Caught looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. 1 away. Good pitch. Smacked the outer part of the zone. First pitch on the way is a slider, righty-righty matchup as he faces Chris Bryant, who's 0 for 4. It's 0-1. It's hard to believe that their cleanup hitters are 0 for 8, and they've hung 8 runs on the board. The 0-1, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. Don't you just love it? There's another hurricane out in the ocean. The 0-2. Swings. Slices it down the line. We'll do it again. If you haven't seen that, the latest forecast is the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted. High into center field. Coming in, making a running catch is Eli White, the Book of Eli. Makes it 2 away. Misjudged it at first, but he's got blazing speed. So he was able to pick up with no issue. As of right now, that hurricane, most of the models have it missing the Florida coast and going up the East Coast, but doesn't look like, as of right now, the United States is in grave danger. First pitch on the way is a sinker up top. It's 0-1. Hopefully that high-pressure system takes it all the way up into the Baltic. The 0-1, banged up the middle, and this is going to be a 4-3 inning-ending streak slam stopped, put out, pinch me, I must be dreaming. Braves win, Braves win, your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses, and I think it's pretty obvious who the player of the game is tonight. It's Mr. Mattles, the Ice House. Man, did he bring it tonight. We needed every bit of the offense tonight. Max Fried fought through 5 innings, giving up 4 runs, struck out 9, by the way. The win's going to go to Pierce Johnson. The save, the 24th of the year for Rossell Iglesias. Pierce Johnson will improve to 5-4 on the year. And Atlanta will finally have a sigh of relief and go back over 6 games over 500. If the score holds in Seattle, we'll climb back into the wild card standings as the Mets are trailing Seattle 3-0, but that game is only in the 6th. Braves are back at it tomorrow, 3:40 Eastern, Schwellenbach Day. We'll have the chat up for everybody. And hopefully we can get this thing called a winning streak started. Woo! Been a long week, Braves country. I know y'all probably about as wore out as I am. Go enjoy your Saturday night. We'll see you Sunday late afternoon.